What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Bald and Bearded channel. I'm your host, Sean. This is our Dark Souls Remastered live stream series. We are on episode number 5, and I just realized that I hadn't been numbering these in the replay, so I'll have to do that after this stream. But yeah, let's go ahead and load it up. All right, we are on our Questo playthrough. Exciting, we are heading into Sin's Fortress. For a recap on that, let me first get out of here. We don't want to listen to that. How far? Okay, good. So a recap, we just opened up this area by ringing the second bell down in Blighttown. If you are curious as to what we're doing, we are playing with the mindset of a noob, so essentially, even though I'm a Souls veteran, I'm coming back to this game and pretending like I'm playing it for the first time. So I'm not using my knowledge, I'm playing as if I wouldn't find something, I ignore it, and if I would find something, I approach it as though, like, I'm cautious, curious, whatever, you know, to the extent that I can. So we took a while to complete the second bell because we missed Quaylag because she's tucked away in Blighttown. So we pretty much did everything else that we could up until that point. This is really curious to me. Am I missing something? So we don't have these... Why do I feel like I should have 2 serpents here? I guess in my mind, I'm so used to dragging them out of this place that the serpents aren't actually here. It's funny. I'm just remembering them being out on this passageway, but they're not. I always just pull them out, and that's where they end up, because I walk forward, get them to aggro, and then I try to set the trap. Yeah, so you get a little free damage there. Well, that was a mistake. You can't really parry from a super far distance, so gotta make sure you're up close enough to do so. I think we can take advantage of them being... Oh, shit! I thought I would do more than 63 damage with that two-handed. So I was just trying to one-shot through. Motherfucker. Okay. I am shamed. These guys hit harder than I remember. Okay. Let's do this again. What up, Questo? You were just thinking that one of the snake guys... Yeah, I guess it's because, like, I'm so used to pulling them outside. Alright, let's fucking... No more of that. No more of that. I mean, that would totally have happened to me in my noob days. Still noob days, apparently. That was a bad spot to be trapped. Okay, that was the one that we were already damaging, so that's good. I feel like I've got the wrong ring on. What is my ring? Yes. I definitely have the wrong ring on. It's not doing a fucking thing for me out here. Alright. Well, I mean, not necessarily a terrible ring to have on in Sin's Fortress, because if you use the Rusted Iron Ring in the Tar area where the Titanite demons are, you can actually have enhanced mobility. So I would actually suggest using that in that space. What am I seeing? There's some kind of fucking shadow that keeps falling across the tiles. Am I wigging out? Yeah, what is that? I think it's just kind of glitchy. But whatever. Oh, sorry I didn't see that. What up, Mainstay? I appreciate you. Thanks for catching my attention there, Questo. Thanks, buddy. When you tune in tomorrow, you'll have a nice hello waiting for you. Do you guys, there's this South Park episode where Token, like, can't stop laughing at Tyler Perry jokes, and he hates himself for it because he knows it's a trope. And the Tyler Perry jokes are so terrible. It's just like, hello, oh my gosh. They're just god-awful. All right, so one immediate memory I have from noob days is that fucker being a pain in the ass, and I would take out a bow and just pelt him a few times and knock him off. Once you're like really comfortable with this place, you never even consider doing that. It's kind of a waste of your time. You just plow straight ahead, run by, kill stuff, get up there, kill that guy. I mean, it's so rare that you're gonna die that it's just not even worth the time to hit him with the bow. Now, if you're doing like a no death run or you're being extra careful, yes, pelting that guy with the bow and knocking him off is really what you want to do to make yourself have the highest chance of success here. Seeing that item up there obviously will make me want to grab it. Seeing that guy down there will make me convinced I don't want to be there. I will say my noob character, he hasn't realized yet that enemy, like the same enemy types actually are stronger in certain areas. So that's like a rude awakening. I mean, we kind of figured that out with the enemy undead when we returned to the asylum, but they were also just kind of like different enemies altogether. They, you know, were undead, but they were torch wielders and stuff. So I don't really consider those the same dudes. All right, in this scenario, I would know that that guy has ranged electricity, but I would be curious about these pendulums. I would think, oh, this is pretty easy. And once I see that, I'd be very concerned. I would fight this dude safe, for sure. That would be an annoying attack. Oh, so slow. Yeah, the bite. Like, I know I can't parry that, but I would still learn that, right? I would find out the hard way. Oh, this guy down below wants it too. So I think the good thing about the ranged attackers is they basically identify themselves, right? So in case you didn't know they were there, now you definitely do. So I would be really cautious of these knight-looking dudes. I would think that there's a trap there or a trick that they're going to animate at some point, which is kind of funny because that's what the chameleon spell does. In this zone, at least. I remember spending a little bit of time here just trying to figure out, like, is there a time, like, is there a cadence that he throws that bolt? And then does he stop? And if he stops, can I rush? Also, this is probably not something that we can shield. So I don't even think I would attempt to do that. Like, yeah, we won't take the full brunt of the damage, but... Aw, sweet. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I would do there. I would try to utilize the pendulum swing as a defense. So run, get him to throw the bolt. He throws the bolt, hits the pendulum, buys us time to get through the pendulum, and then get to him before he throws a second bolt at us. That's a big score for us. One thing it helps identify is that this area is indeed more advanced for us. That's why we're doing less damage, but also it's giving us upgrade materials for our current grade of weapon. So that's what's so key about it. What up, Adam? Yeah, I mean, I know I can shield. You can shield anything, but the question would have been how much damage could I actually mitigate by doing so, and I wouldn't expect it to be like much. I don't think it'd be worth it to just sit there and like walk forward with my shield up. So that's why I would have eventually chose to use the pendulum timing. This is what I hate about targeting. Whoops. I was trying to actually block. Like, this guy's in front of me, right? And I'm trying to target him, but my reticle just drops down to this guy for some reason. I don't like that. Ever. Because then you're in a bad spot because you have to spend time to untarget while you're running away and trying to keep the camera from snapping and rolling you off a ledge or something weird. So this was definitely a curious spot. In fact, I remember... I'll show you what I did the first time. I ran down here to, like, look at shit. Because I was very curious about this. I knew that the stone was going to be a problem for me to run all the way up there. Like, timing-wise. And you could see the guy in the doorway. But you don't know at this point that there's another door up to your left. Get out of here. So if you guys are curious about these lizard men, it is a fact that they are alive if our buddy here, Siegmeyer, never actually makes it this far. So he is the one that kills them. So for instance, when we see him outside of the closed gate to this zone, if we had just decided to kill him right there and he never makes it this far, these guys would always be alive whenever you encounter them.
Oh ho! Ah, where did you come from? Splendid news, I tell you. Ah, so you see my plight. Yes, indeed. I've run up against a wall, or a ball, to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too plump to be outrunning those things. So here I sit in quite a pickle, but who knows? Perhaps we'll have another development.
Could you imagine fucking just sitting on that ledge like that? What a psychopath.
Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin. Perhaps. Bah,
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that is just like the last place in the world I would sit and dangle my toes over. So from here we can see there's an item up there. So this game loves to do is put items in areas where you have to like drop down onto. All right. So we wouldn't necessarily know that this opening's here on the left. So, but we would see it for sure once we get up here. In fact, it's better that it has this fog gate here the first time. Oh shit, I think the guy's coming. And that's perfect. If he does that, that's the best result you want. So The funny thing about this place, right, is we still have no idea that there's mimics here. But I'm pretty sure the next chest we go to is a mimic. And it's just so cruel. I love this game, or this ring early in this game. I think it's a fantastic item to get. Especially if you're struggling with physical resistance, right? So, let's see here. I wonder how they determine which order the rings are going to sit in your inventory. Right? Like, why does it throw that one there? I can't make any sense of the order here. My guess is that the items have an item ID in code. So, like, the game recognizes the item not by Ring of Steel Protection, but by, like, item 00011C or something like that. And that's how it sorts it in these lists, because it doesn't see it in our language, essentially. And that makes it a lot easier for translations and stuff, too. But, yeah, let's take a look at this. This ring belonged to the Night King Rendal. It grants its wearer protection by boosting defense against physical attacks. Of the many legends surrounding the knight, King Rendal, one of the more well-known, speaks of his standing down a giant drake and slashing it to pieces. Yeah, and I really enjoy this ring, especially if, like, you're going to be taking a pounding. So it's one of those things that I used early on in my Souls days for sure. Especially if you didn't need something like the like Havel's ring. You had the like, you weren't trying to compensate for a lack of a stat for some reason. I'm interested about this Night King Rendal though. I can't really recall any lore about this guy. If this is the only piece of information about him, that's curious. We're not gonna swap to that ring though. I think we get more use out of our ooh, actually, we need to get that item. I think we get more use out of our crit ring. Alright. So, before I played this game, I didn't know what this weapon was. I'd never seen this before. So I'm not certain how you pronounce it. I've always said Shotel. But yeah, maybe that's wrong. Curved sword with sharply curved blade. Created by Arstor, Earl of Karim. Requires great skill to wield, but evades shield defense to sneak in damage. So what this tells me, what I'm assuming it does, is if you're fighting an enemy that just holds their shield up, this item you could swap to this weapon and deal damage through the shield. So I've never actually tested that, but it's a great weapon to have, especially if, like, you could put it in a dual wield build to combat against people like turtling up. And I can't remember if Lautrec, I know he dual wields them. I mean, I think he does. I can't remember if they have that effect on you or not. But it's cool to read about these weapons and items that you pick up, because you learn so much about them. Like, I know I would have known that at one point, but I completely forgot that it does that. And so otherwise I wouldn't even consider using that weapon, but now I'm like, that would be kind of cool. We should try that out at some point. Any weapons that have unique abilities to them, not just like stamina regen or something cool like that, but an actual functional difference between other weapons. Those are the type of things that I consider using. Like, you have your basic, boring, standard weapon types that you want to improve and be strong with. But then you have these edge case scenario items that you can use in particular fights that are giving you problems. And that's when it's really important to pay attention to those little details. What up? What's going on, Georgie? Our noob does not know what this pressure plate does. I mean, we can see it, but we do see this thing behind us, so it looks like a bad spot to stand. The snake doesn't... Oops. It looks like the snake didn't press down the pressure plate, which is kind of insane. Like, how does he not hit that there? Yeah, so the snakes become annoying with their bite attack. Like we discussed a second ago, you can't parry that. So it does become kind of a pain in the ass. Alright. So one thing is, I've never really truly tried to walk backwards. It's hard to do unless you're targeting something. Like, I don't think you can. I want to keep the camera forward and walk backwards, but you just can't do that. The moment you turn, like, you press back, you're going to turn. So what I'm trying to do is shield and walk backwards, but I can't do that. So what I'm going to do is step on this and then turn. Just to be, like, extra cautious. If you wanted to be super sweaty, you could put on a shield with 100% physical damage reduction, and then you would just make that trap completely worthless in that scenario. Spent a lot of time waiting on this and trying to figure out exactly how this works. And occasionally you would hear like the movement of the lever, and sometimes you would see multiple balls come down. And that would confuse the fucking shit out of me. I always tried to figure out what was happening there. Alright. So this is kind of one of those, like, info gathering runs. You just basically would run up here, you try to see what you can see. You see item, you see a platform, you see and hear the snake. So that's where I would typically start. Running up and to the right where the ball comes from is an idea that you might have, but it's also like, you should expect that to go badly, right? It's going to be tight no matter what. And if you fail, you should think that the ball is going to one-shot you because you've seen what it does to the snake dudes. And the snake dudes have a pretty substantial HP pool, right? So we think that the snake dudes are kind of strong. Ooh. What do we have here? Alright, we see a snake guy. He just dropped down a little bit. Maybe he'll fall. I don't know if you guys can see him behind my camera. But we don't see anything else that tempts us to drop down here. But I would definitely do this at some point. I would know there's something here. What up, Lemon? And then we would check this out. This, to me, I would think is maybe an illusory wall. That just seems like it should be, right? Like, sometimes there's places where you think, oh, there's something hidden here, most likely, and it's just not. And in some of those instances, they actually might have initially planned to put something there, but they just didn't follow through with it. Alright, so we got Sorcerer set, we got a Sorcery spell. I'd be curious about this. Obviously, we're not going to use it because we can't really use sorceries in this build. Sorcery developed by a certain surreptitious sorcerer at Vinheim Dragon School masks all noises of caster. Effectively, Vinheim is controlled by the Dragon School, and it is no wonder that the town has its share of dark secrets. Yeah, so masking the noise of a caster is pretty awesome. We would like that. We know how valuable silence is, especially on strong enemies, like opening up with a nice backstab or something like that. So this would be something like, if you want to consider having sorcery or miracles for utility purposes only to improve your approach and things like that when you're fighting as a melee character, I think that's valid. It's also, if those goals can be achieved by consumables, though, I would always urge you to use the consumables. And I think a lot of people neglect consumables, but it's very, very strong if you use them. And I'm not doing a good job of doing that in this playthrough, but that's only because when I was a noob, I didn't respect and appreciate the value of the consumables. This one is a sad thing. This trap probably kills a lot of people. Now, if you see when you see this where it stops and then goes up and then doesn't really go anywhere, that might persuade you to look up and be like, what? But I think the first time I got on this, I got on it right here, like right away, and I expected it to take me down, and it took me up and killed me. So, let's get the noob experience. I think it's always gonna kill. So we would totally fall for this because we did fall for it. My shield would not mitigate that, but it is not. I don't know if it was at all points a kill or if they changed that. I expected to die there. I was intentionally dying to stay true to the cause. Rules is rules, right? This is definitely a death. This is just a pitfall. I don't think you land in the area down below. I can't see far enough down there. I'm assuming that's a death. Alright, here's our mimic. So if you're wondering where we are, we're just on the other side of the trap. So you can stand here and wait for those boulders to start to accumulate. And then once they've accumulated, they will burst through the wall. We don't know that yet, so we wouldn't necessarily do that. I'm gonna full heal just to see if this thing... I'm pretty sure this thing will straight up kill. That's such a... It's such a bitch move. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm pretty sure it's the only chest you see at this point that's like angled too. So they do kind of make it curious, right? They do put it in a way where you're like, maybe I could believe that someone would happen to inspect it a little bit more closely because of that. But I think not. I think most people, or pretty much anybody that looks at that chest, like, for what purpose would you ever inspect the chest before opening it? Like, just standing over it for a while, and then all of a sudden you notice it's got a breathing pattern to it. You can slightly see its mouth open. You're like, oh shit. It's just those kind of things where you're like, I don't know. They didn't move at all. All right, well, let's go this way. I wonder why the second snake just had no interest. You over it, Snick? Come on. I usually don't like to try to parry shit when it's on the stairs. I half expected that to fail. Alright, we're 50-50 on this. I'm gonna say Georgi, but it could be Georgie. I'm gonna go with Georgi because that's what I kind of hope it is. I also work with a Georgi, so. Plus, we've already got a George who I call Georgie sometimes, so you know that'd be way more convenient. All right, we're hauling. So this is also like a place where I would consider maybe kicking, but also kicking is a little bit finicky and you kind of run the risk of launching yourself off the edge. Wait, what? You're playing the Prepare to Die edition of Dark Souls back before the remaster, but you can't reach stable 60 FPS? Really? Is it your hardware is not up to snuff? All right. All right, so this time let's just approach and take the lightning damage with shield. So we can see there, it's not terrible, but it's not necessary either. We always want to see him do that scream. The scream is basically like, okay, we can move forward without fear. We saw this boy run up here and get smashed by the boulder, so we'll remember that there's an enemy here. Is he down below? Wait, what? Huh? Where's the other dude? Well, that's weird. I mean, to me, I never really tried to kill this guy sitting here. I actually thought he was a merchant originally until I targeted him because he's just so unique compared to the others. He really felt like a merchant to me. And pretty much every single enemy in this game at this proximity will aggro you. It's very, very strange that he doesn't do that. All right, well, the contraption is not coming our way right now. So you know what that means. We can't rely on the boulder to kill this guy if he comes down there. So we're just gonna take care of him so he doesn't pursue us from behind. Now, we don't know this yet, but the contraption does move. So we're not entirely sure as to why you can hear it right there, but we're not sure like what's happening. I hear you, Sneck. You know what's annoying? Like, our weapon would clip against the wall there every single time, but the enemy's never does that. Like, if we wide swing there, like we just did, it would hit the wall. They seem to, it's just never happens to the enemy for some reason. Okay. So we know where we died. I really didn't think it was going to be that slow. Ooh. And now it's burst through because we've sit in this area for long enough that those boulders stacked up. You got to be careful with this. We could have got wamboozled and been close where it would have said, you know, like open chest. So at this point, I would be like, okay, well, this thing doesn't attack me unless I try to open it. So I'd be trying to figure out what the hell. You can see it breathing, so you know, like, if you look at it for a while, you're going to catch on to it. The chain thing is hard to notice here because of the color of the chain on the floor. It's really tough for you to pick up on that originally. Also, that would be assuming that you've been paying attention to the regular chains on the regular chest. Like, why would you have been doing that up to now? So again, these are things that, like, you wouldn't be comparing to one another until you knew you needed to. So I just don't see how the random player is gonna know what the fuck this thing is until it's too late. You always want to be careful about grab attacks. I mean, we don't know the moveset of this enemy. What? I thought it was dead for sure. Oh my god. Here we go. Well, we just learned about the grab attack. I got greedy there. So that's a lesson you'll learn 1,000 times. You can never be experienced enough to avoid getting greedy. I'm pretty sure that thing had 1 HP when I hit it. There was zero doubt in my mind that that third hit was a death hit for that. I was so shocked that it was still alive. I didn't even think it was a risk. Still learning lessons. Come on, Snack. That's a kill. What? What up, Jacob? Welcome back, dude. Clank. This is why it's so important to be decent at parrying, because these super tight corridors, right? You might not have a weapon that stabs forward. Also, if you're fighting something that shields up or potentially parries you back, you want to be the one doing the counter-attacking. Ooh. Manus is a good fight. Do you want advice? I don't want to start offering it and spoil anything for you. Think. Oh, you bastard. All right. Yeah, so like I said, normally I wouldn't shield up there. I would take my time. But for the sake of viewers, when I'm backtracking, I'll do less of the lessons and more of the let's get back to where we were kind of shit. fighting them like underneath their weapon is really good to do. You don't need to be too cautious there. Alright, what do you say? Yes, for sure. You haven't even gotten to his second phase. So are you using the silver pendant to deflect his spell, his projectiles? Come on, lizard. Let's see if we can get him. Fuck. Hey, this bastard. Do you have the silver pendant? If you don't, you should go get it. It's meant to protect you. It's literally this. This is exactly what the silver pendant is, but it's in your items like an Estus flask. And this is exactly what it does. And it just deflects his projectiles. It's like the same window of time. So you're only protected for as long as this thing, that aura, exists around you. So it's just a moment in time, right? So you use it in the opportune moments, and it's going to give you a good advantage. It's also good against the caster things, whatever they're called. See all those scripts, like scratches and shit against the walls? It's interesting. Alright. It's time to die, motherfucker. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so I think at this point we would have realized, alright, well, we did okay. Just don't get grabbed. Don't get greedy. Stay behind. Very cool enemy design, like visually, right? Shit. It's one of the cooler looking enemies. So the lightning spear, we definitely like seeing that, right? We know how effective lightning is. And then it's got the same move set as the weapon we're using right now, so it's something we're very familiar with, right? So this would be a good thing. But again, I'm always going to tell you to do this. If you want to use lightning damage, just invest in the consumables for gold pine resin. You can farm them up. Some of the merchants will sell them, but I think it's a limited supply. So as long as there's a way to accumulate the consumable, I would always go that route. If you want to have convenience, and that's fine, you can upgrade the lightning spear, but it's never going to do as much damage as a fully upgraded physical damage weapon with the gold pine resin on top of it. Yeah, that like 360 roundhouse kick. I love that. It is funny because it's the animation for it is so unique, right? It's such a different thing. Ooh, we're getting an item. I love how many people think that's the silver serpent ring and then they get bummed out. They're like, fuck. While the gold serpent ring is nice, the silver serpent ring is the one you really typically want. Boost item discovery. So this is like something that I would be wanting in Blighttown if I was killing the big boulder boys, so I could get a pickaxe drop. The serpent is an imperfect dragon and symbol of the undead. Its habit of devouring prey, even larger than itself, has led to an association with gluttony. This gold ring, engraved with the serpent, boosts its wearer's item discovery so that more items can be amassed. Let me see. Yeah, item discovery has a stat number here. You can see it. It's 100 on the far right. I like this because then when you equip the ring, you can see how much it improves your item discovery. If we didn't have that, then I would be annoyed by the fact that the game doesn't tell me to what extent it improves my item discovery. I'm always tilted by modifiers that aren't truly identified, and you have to do all this like math and testing and charting to figure out how much of a benefit something is. So thankfully there's that, but that's not always the case. As far as what's down here, noob me would be curious, but noob me is smart enough to know that I can't make that run to the end and look and avoid the oncoming boulder. Not yet, at least. We know that we can technically do that at some point. But we also don't know how to do that just yet. I am going to take this elevator back up because we know where it takes us to, and we also learned to not stay on the elevator. So we have not gone up there yet. We can see this is what feeds the contraption. So it's like, whoa, what the fuck? Really cool design, right? But we've also heard this move a couple times. So I'd be expecting like some kind of dickhead NPC up here. I would definitely be looking for someone like Patches. Ooh. That guy almost looks unique. He's so golden, but it's just the lighting compared to where we are right now. So we know that's the main room. Now we can see it from this side. We've got that up there. Again, we know this moves, so I'd be curious at this. I'd be like, okay, let's check this out. I don't know if I'd aim it down there immediately. That's like one direction we haven't seen it go, but I did see that health bar move, so that's interesting. That would catch my attention. It's killing the snake. And if we remember the snake, we know that it was stuck on the wall. But now there's no wall behind it, so that's interesting. We would definitely check that out. And I would push to the back side here. I would think this would just prevent it from being a problem anymore. And I'd also kind of want to see... Okay, yeah. So yeah, I would think that this is now not my concern. And we'll know that if it moves, it's because something is moving it. It's like the Marvelous Chester or some bullshit. You would definitely notice this dude.
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free. I'm old and empty-handed, but I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive.
Why would we do that, Logan? What's in it for us? I hate how you have to, like, resort your, like, organize yourself to talk to him. Well, I thought we could talk to him more, but just open the cage instead.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm saved. and I'd love to resume my travels, but I must log a few things first.
His face is jacked up.
I will return to Firelink Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery.
Again, we love when the NPCs actually give us direction, tell us where they're going, things like that. It's really helpful.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young one.
The subtitles for his laugh, that was interesting.
Oh, hello. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just
I had to see that again. Okay. Pretty ridiculous. I don't like these cages. It definitely feels like you should not be able to just walk onto them. But I don't think you could ever just drop through. I'm actually going to try. Yeah, there's basically just no actual gap there. It's just visual. But it is a full surface. This kind of creeps me out a little bit. Like, I don't mind heights. I mind structures that make you uncertain about your stability. So, like, yeah, if this thing was on the ground and that fall, if you were to walk over the edge, was like a foot, yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck, right? But look at this, man. Like, who the fuck? I think, like, for example, if I'm in a high-rise and there's those floor-to-ceiling windows, I can stand up against the window and not be weirded out, right? Because I know I'm safe. It's like a structure. I'm not going to break through the glass just by standing next to it. But then there's, like, people that are legitimately afraid of heights, and they can't be anywhere near that shit. It, like, fucking creeps them out so bad. I'm like I think I'm the logical afraid of heights. Like, oh, do I have a risk of losing my footing somehow and falling to my death? Yes. I don't like that thing then. Okay, we hear it moving. Now we want to know what the fuck. See? And this is what's so frustrating about this. Because I don't think we get, like, a true answer. You never catch somebody red-handed, to my recollection. And that's the reason I left that that boulder thing shooting out the back end, so there could be no doubts, right? I wanted to show everybody that there's a piece of shit moving that contraption, but there's nobody up there. Let's just move it out to this side. It'd be funny if it was actually Onion Knight that's moving that thing around. It's all a big fucking game. I usually don't wait for that. I just step on it and haul ass. I definitely wouldn't trust this guy. When I'm playing online and I'm using my chameleon thing here, this is one of those places that I'll usually sit. I'll either go here, because people, you know, seeing one statue seems weird. It seems out of place, right? If you saw two statues, it would seem way less suspicious, unless you just know this game in and out. Like, even I wouldn't think anything of two statues, and then I'd be right here, and then my fucking punk ass will like move forward as the statue, body block them, and then hit them with like a fire tempest and watch them launch off the fucking side and die simultaneously from damage. Or you could just, you're no longer the statue and you're just and they're fucked. It's such a dickhead thing to do. Usually what you can do is like leave an item. If you leave like a little item on the in the in-between of the pendulums, it's funny to see if people try to decide if they're gonna grab it or not. It's a classic. All right, so if you're ever wondering like what's the best approach through these things, honestly, if you just take your armor off and you've got full movement speed, it's a good way to just haul ass through there. Stop screaming up there, you making me worry. Let's check it out. Wow. So, we know there's a dude over there to the left, but I see this immediate risk, and I would expect that if I walked over to the left, this guy would come down the stairs and fuck with me. So I want to kill this dude first. Now we can hear the guy approaching. So that would be a problem. Well, I thought he was approaching. What happened to him? Maybe I was hearing my own steps somehow. Yeah, the footfalls of us are delayed. It's weird. Maybe I'm... What? Oh, I'm hearing something move above me. That's what it is. That makes more sense. Give me that. Oh, that's really good. We like that. I don't know why I thought there was a void behind this guy. This is kind of cool. I don't recall ever paying much attention to this through here. See, these giant ass chains are holding the pendulum. What a weird contraption. This place was so frustrating to players because of the lack of bonfire. It's not nearly as oppressive as I remember it, but it's just like it's definitely cruel to the uninitiated. Like this dude is the real problem of this place. Because he's hitting you from the side, he's gonna knock you off. And you're pretty much only going to be able to hit him with right hand range projectile. If you're throwing an item like a consumable, I feel like I can't remember what hand it uses, but it might use the left hand so it bangs against the wall. I always think like a crossbow is the best thing to do, and you just sit here and target lock him, move over, R1, thump, get him once, move over, R1, thump. Like you just rinse and repeat. Or if you have a sorcerer's staff or something and you just got like whatever you've got that can kill this guy with range, you want to do it. We don't really have that. And this reminds me, we definitely need to get like a real consumable, like more fire bombs, something like that. We don't really have good tactics here for this. We're not set up to succeed in this situation here. So it doesn't matter. Like to me, I would immediately recognize that, okay, my plan is to run. I know if I'm in motion constantly, I should have a better chance of avoiding his strikes, but we don't know the timing for these pendulums yet. So I'd be moving forward like this. And I would just be trying to bait out his attack. Like, that's what I was hoping. I was walking so I could try to get the timing of his lightning, but he didn't throw it. I just rolled preemptively thinking he was going to throw it, but he just never did. Boom. Easy. I don't even think he died. Okay, there he goes. So yeah, it looks easy because I approached it calmly, but you can get really fucked up there. Ooh, watch out for these pressure plates. See them. This is a good opportunity to really check this out. Such cool stuff. Okay. It's fair to think you're always approaching a boss fight anytime you go through a fog gate. So that's a very like nervous feeling. We don't know where to go at this point, so we're just inspecting the areas. Ooh, we see that guy doing something. The giant got our attention because we saw him grab something. And, okay, so we can tell he's... That immediately would be like, oh, he's supplying the fucking contraption, right? As a intimidating walk. Ooh, wow. I didn't expect to one-shot the Balder Knight. So that's good because that's where our ring's coming into play, and that increased crit. I saw that little wedge here, and I thought maybe there'd be an enemy in there. Again, we knew there's not, but it's just the noob. Whoa! That's interesting. I think that's our first enemy that's done that shield swipe. So we already learned about that now. Yeah, shield swipe, that's an interesting move. What the fuck? I don't know if I remember seeing their shield and weapon just vanish like that. Alright, so we would now, from here on out, we would always be cautious of chests. Like, again, I don't know if we'd noticed a chain yet. I should have tried to pay attention to see if we could target the mimic chest. I don't think you can, because that would just be such an easy way to go, like, to circumvent if it's a mimic or not. But I remember the first time I got killed by the mimic, any chest that I approach afterwards, I spent like a good amount of time trying to get eye level with that fucking chest and just seeing if it would breathe. And I probably would wait like 10 or 15 seconds before I was confident, and then I would hit it just to be sure. Flame ring. So this is a convenient item in the right area. It does exactly what you expect it to do, but let's read it anyways for the knowledge if it shares anything special. Stone plates, the symbol of a true knight, grant the strength to face various hardships. The red stone plate symbolizes fire and boosts defense against the flame. So yeah, we don't understand yet that we're about to get bombarded with fire bombs from hell, but the ring will help here. So if you just randomly put it on after picking that thing up, you'd be benefiting from that already. Roll. that would startle the fucking shit out of you immediately. I wonder if we get visuals on him yeeting it, if we can follow the trajectory. Oh shit! So we realize that's not him, right? Now we know that he's not fucking throwing that shit. So there's somebody else fucking with us. I would be trying to find that shit. But also, we're getting into a safe area, right? We got cover. I would see this guy and think, you know what? It's been an eternity since we got to a bonfire. Surely there's one maybe down here. Wow. Thought I nailed that one. So, again, the spear is a great weapon to have in these hallways like this. Oh, that's a good score. Regular and large shard. This area right here is disappointing. It's good for vision and learning and knowledge. But it's like, come on, man. Those gargoyles up there, even though they're not the same type of thing that we fought at the boss fight, I don't know how much I would recognize the difference there, and I would be kind of concerned. I'd be like, fuck, dude, is there another gargoyle fight up there? Maybe we fight 4 at once instead of 2. So this, I would definitely be looking around and say, okay, well, I know where this is. I can see that's where that first boulder encounter was, and start kind of like placing those together. See, maybe is there anything else I can tell from this side? Not really. That's kind of interesting, like the stairs that lead up to that big pile of boulders. I don't think we can access that ever, though. At least those stairs. I'm trying to remember. Ooh, okay, we see a giant over there. We know how to get there, but this guy doesn't. But it's information, right? And if you look into that open passage, or that opening into the building, that, I believe, is where some of the demon pits are. So, yeah. It's cool stuff when you stick around for a moment and just start to pixel peep, see what's up. You can hear something stamping around. I think I saw a shiny. No, that was just an opening under that corridor thing. Okay. Yeah, so we see a bridge to that building. Interesting. A passageway underneath. It's places to go, right? Now, this is unfortunate. This right here, I don't think I saw until like my 10th playthrough. This is such a great shortcut. I'm not going to open it because I know, I mean, what I just said to you will reveal that I wouldn't have discovered this as a noob. But this right here will save you from not knowing about that bonfire in like the across the way down there. We didn't see that because we were getting pushed out of that area because of the raining fire bombs, right? So maybe you get lucky or something and that firebomb knocks you off onto that that ledge where the bonfire is. But otherwise, it's unlikely that you're going to see that. It's unlikely that you're going to see this shortcut. So those are like the two things that make this place bearable for a new player. Having neither of them is incredibly frustrating. And I can tell you that that's probably why this is one of the easier boss fights, right? Because they know that a lot of players are just never going to have access to the shortcut or the bonfire. So, you got a strong summon for the boss fight. And even if you don't use the summon, you can kill the boss very easily by just staggering him and knocking him over. Now, again, a new player probably isn't going to experience that the first time, but it's one of the easier fights. Now, if you don't kill the giant on the rooftop that's dropping fire bombs, you're going to have a bad time. So you're going to realize that in your first attempt that you need to do something about that. But also, we know that there's something yeeting fire bombs at us right now. And me personally, I want to kill that fucking thing. Because I know that if I have the ability to explore more, like down here and all this shit, like I see this guy, I see these passageways, like I want to kill whatever's raining fire bombs down on me so that I can peacefully explore. Because I'm also convinced that there's got to be a bonfire, right? Because why wouldn't there be? We don't know about that shortcut, which makes it even more certain that there should be a bonfire. So I'd be looking here. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. I would literally be looking at everything I could. And again, part of that is just making sure that we kill whatever's yeeting those bombs at us so that we have the ability to locate a holy shit, it's shaking. It's shaking. All right, I think I would go over here first. Because I would think there's probably a bonfire in there. Please, 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 please. I'd be so pissed. This is such a perfect area for a bonfire. And just, nope. Fuck you. All right, let's read your message, George. Which boss gave you the most trouble your first go at this game? Mine was Gwyn because I couldn't parry for shit. Yeah, isn't that funny? Like, a Gwyn is the easiest final boss in any other games, and it's all about parrying, really. I mean, you can obviously beat him in other ways, but parrying is the way that just makes it so easy. I think the obvious immediate answer are going to be the combination of the Capra Demon and Ornstein and Smo, right? Everybody knows O and S were like notorious for giving Dark Souls players hell. Pretty sure, I can't say 100%. I can't truly remember, but I'm pretty confident that Ornstein and Smo were the challenge for me. And I think it was most likely because I was killing Smo first, because Smo was the easier first target. He was slower. He was easier to predict. And Ornstein would like zoom across the map sometimes. And so you could separate the two like that if you were trying to target Smo. But if you were trying to target Ornstein, you'd be running all over the fucking place sometimes. So I would typically in the past kill Smo until I realized that I didn't want to fucking face Ornstein in the second phase. And the fight becomes easier, but for noob players, I think it's got to be O and S. I can't imagine any other boss giving them more trouble. But yeah, I mean, I think it mostly depends on if you use summons or stuff. I mean, we haven't found a bonfire. We can see over here. We know that this is a boss fight. Like, even if you don't think to look through the fog gate, you probably saw him already, right? Like right here, you're like, oh shit. So you know there's a fight going down there. So at this point, I don't know what's up here, but I'm like, okay, there's got to be a fucking bonfire. And so this would be a surprise for sure. I don't know how comfortable I would be here. I think I'd be wanting to use fire bombs, but I don't have any. I've got one. Ooh. We have no idea how much damage we do to this thing yet, but I'm happy that we have a spear. I can't even really see its health. 85 damage, yeah. Yeah, I'm just fighting it the way that I would the very first time. And again, the camera's really what makes this difficult. How much damage? Okay. Fuck, that step back was unkind. We don't know anything about that, but we just learned that when he throws the Roid Rage, that's what we want. Roid Rage. And this feels good because we know we can kill this guy now. We've got his health almost to nothing. Nice. Now we can actually look at him and see how fucking huge he is. 3K. Chunky. Now we get a clear view of the boss, right? I love how that shrapnel just sits there. I think this was always disappointing. Whenever you break these, you were like hoping for some kind of hidden item. But again, we have reached a point where we have no bonfire. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? In my mind, I'm thinking, surely I've missed something. There has to be a bonfire. So, like, you still can't see it from here. It is super trolly. It's super trolly what they've done to hide the bonfire where they have. I mean, we know it's over that edge on that lip where the tip of my spear is. The only time I think you would really see that is if you jump that gap into that doorway there. But that might not be something you really want to do if you don't have a bonfire to take that risk. That looks like a death fall. So again, we have a lot of souls. We know that's a boss fight. We're not 100% sure that we just killed the guy dropping firebombs on us, but we're pretty confident. So we're going to move back a little bit and try to explore. And we can tell we're not getting attacked by firebombs anymore. So it's time to start looking around. And you always want to take advantage of the high ground. Not seeing anything yet. I mean, we see we've got another area to explore, so we're probably going to think that's where the bonfire is. Naturally, that's where you would go. Of course, we're going to be disappointed. And it's very easy to die to that big boy. This is an area where I would stop to look. I'd see that loot down there. I'd be like, okay, well, how the fuck do I get to that? Because we were already down on this side and that wall was blocking it. And there's no doorway there. So I would immediately be able to say, okay, this has to be a drop down, but this looks far as fuck. Right? And then I'm looking, okay, well, if I drop down there, how do I get back? And you can see that that wall underneath me is broken, so you could probably get back down, but not over it to get up on top. So you could see how that would work out. I'd also be curious to think, like, man, we could probably yeet ourselves over here onto this thing. But, yeah. That's just not happening. This game, like, you hit this kind of like invisible wall where you go, yeet. Think of The Simpsons with Homer skating over the gorge. Like, all of a sudden he just hits a free fall flatliner. This jump right here based off the jumps we've already done in this game, we feel pretty confident that this is meant to be made. It's close, but like, we already know we've made jumps similar to that. So it's something to think about, right? It's not a risk I'm going to take at the moment because I still have an area to explore that I think would have a bonfire, right? So again, nothing is drawing us over there, right? They should have put like a body with an item just slumped up there, but no, never like that. All right, what'd you say, George? You think you only died once with Ornstein and Smell during your first run, but you had no idea how lucky I got with the Black Knight sword drop? Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah. You did get very lucky, my friend. I knew you would like that. I knew you would like that, Casey. I don't think we can backstab this guy. I don't remember, honestly. Yeah, we can't even, like, parry. I mean, we can parry him, but we can't counterattack to what I'm remembering. Dude, come up. Don't fucking back down the stairs. You're a giant with a shield. Give me a break. This is risky. I don't like it. I think the best way for anybody is to just wait out his attacks to miss, and then you just come in. Sometimes he does double swing, so you gotta be a little bit careful. Obviously the spear is very good here again. Having something that keeps you at a certain distance. Now you could have done this, hold up your shield with the wing spear, but yeah, still. Yeah, the ice cream truckinator is a pretty beef boy. Had to remind myself. I can't remember. Is Ice Cream Truckinator in all the Dark Souls? He's a fantastic character. I know he's in 1 and 3, but I can't remember if he's in 2. I think 2 might not be because they got the Turtle Boys and they got the Mastodon things. 2 has some unique characters for sure. This guy's a bastard. I think this was the toughest NPC opponent in this game. This dude was a piece of shit. Especially because he's really good with parrying. His melee weapon is super fast. And then he just spams archery like no tomorrow. I mean, we've got the weapon to really make his archery pay the price. Again, you don't want to try to parry shit on the stairs. It's a bad move. I bet when you first see that 22 damage, you're like, what the fuck? You see how fast his attack is? I parried it, but he also hit me. Like that's how quick it was. The timing is just boom. It's crazy. You definitely do not want to try to wait his attacks. Like that's where the slow attacks really fuck me up. Because you got guys like that where they're instantaneous. You have to start the parry the very moment you see that fucking enemy flinch. And then there's other guys who take like 4 seconds on their swing, and I've swung my shield like 3 times before it actually hits me. It's fucked. I remember seeing this and I was like, yeah, sure, 2 chests. Obviously one of these is a mimic. And I just sat here for a while looking at both of them. And I was like, maybe not. I was so surprised when these weren't mimics, or at least one of them. But the real tragedy of this area was that it wasn't a bonfire. So again, I was very disappointed. All right, so we picked up something that we weren't familiar with, some kind of blessing. Yeah, divine blessing. Holy water from goddess Guinevere. Fully restore HP and undo irregularities. The goddess of sunlight, Guinevere, daughter of the great lord of sunlight, Gwyn, is cherished by all as the symbol of bounty and fertility. So, undo irregularities. That's not very helpful, right? Poison, toxic. I don't know if this fixes, what is it? The curse. I don't know if it fixes that. It should. That's an irregularity. A pretty fucking gnarly one. But I can't say for certain. If it does, nice, right? But I don't know. Maybe that's why it's so expensive. It probably does fix that. That's something I should know, right? But that would explain why it costs so damn much. Alright, so we're sad. We're sad because still no motherfucking bonfire. So now we are going to decide to make that jump. Or at least try. And I would say we shed our armor to try to make that jump, but we are sub 25% capacity. So we should be able to make jumps without issue. I have a feeling people drop down onto that thing from up there a lot and are probably disappointed with the stuff that they find. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so you don't want to try that jump if you're like medium rolling as far as I can remember. So this is interesting. We see not only that item, but we saw that one too. So hopefully we get an answer to how to obtain those other than just dropping down there. Ooh. All right, at this point we know that guy's a merchant because he's not attacking us. Or not a merchant, but he's an NPC. Let's talk to you, buddy. He's wearing Truckinator armor.
What?
Is he sleeping, standing there?
Another undead, eh? I took on Sen's fortress alone, but I'm no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit. You think you're different? That you can handle it? Yes, I remember that feeling. For I was the same. So, let me help you out with your soul searching.
See, this guy would be stuck here forever. He's not making that jump in that fucking armor set. All right, we like this a lot. Someone selling black fire bombs. We also like that he's selling large shards. So this is a merchant that we immediately like. And I'll tell you what, when I found this guy in my first playthrough, I didn't appreciate this merchant. But this is like, these two things are great, especially the large shards, because we don't have access to that yet. The green shards are good if you haven't been to, if you haven't gone down to the catacombs yet, because obviously it can increase your divine weapon. But we went there already. So had we not, and if you were fully aware of the benefits of divine in the catacombs, this would also be something where you'd be like, okay, this is great. Again, it's not cheap, but you can certainly see the value in it. Everybody loves the Katarina armor set. I also like the steel armor set. I think the Baldur set is cool as hell too. So this guy sells a lot of neat stuff. These two items we haven't really seen much benefit from, but it's one of those things like once you understand how to acquire souls at a good clip, if you find a good place to farm, then you can start really splurging on things like this. But I would see that and think, fuck no, I'm not spending 15k on those rings.
There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. We're both on the brink, you see. End of story. You bloody fool.
You're right. You're right about that, Casey. It is nice when you're like, okay, well, if I haven't found a bonfire and I've got 30k souls, at least I can spend it on something and not have them go completely to shit when I get killed.
Let me give you a nibble of advice.
A nibble?
Consider visiting An Orlando. Not in your state. For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish, if only to deepen your despair.
This is great. He just mentioned the Night King Rendell. Again, I don't recall anything about that character. So the steel ring of protection, and then him mentioning Rendell, something that I'll have to look up later.
Let me give you a... Don't even... For the Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, but...
Okay.
Nothing at all. Fine.
It's weird that he's talking about Logan, because why would he be talking about Logan unless he knew he was a prisoner here? And if he knew he was a prisoner here, why didn't he set him free unless he's the one that imprisoned him? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Again, God, can you just imagine? Like, I want you all to remember what it was like to be a noob in this game, and just think about the incredible disappointment you'd have scouring this fucking hellhole, this maze, and never finding a bonfire, and knowing that this is pretty much the last place you can go. You're like, what is going on? Why? Oh, grab! That's not what I expected. Oh, I thought he was throwing a fire or a lightning bolt. Yeah, I want you to swing that shit. I'm pretty sure he has a monster bleed attack. I didn't realize that his upper right arm didn't have a weapon in it. That's why I was trying to parry it. So when he grabbed me, I was surprised. Cage key. We know what this cage key does. Now let's see if the cage key tells me what it opens. And this could be a huge score. This could be a monster score. Okay. Key to the hanging cage in Sen's fortress. If a hapless adventurer becomes fatigued during an imprudent attempt to overcome the fortress, the serpent men will not kill him, but lock him up in a lonely cage. Eventually, unless they have forgotten, they drag the victim off to who knows where. Key hanging in Sen's, or cage hanging in Sen's fortress. Interesting. We've seen a few of those. I would unfortunately think that, oh, this just simply opens up Logan's cage, and that's what it does. But we open that with the master key as well. So, does it also open... Oh, wait, sorry. Maybe I'm not remembering this correctly. Is that Logan's key as well? I'm trying to recall. I can't be certain, honestly. Yeah, this is the key that opens Logan's, I think. but our master key opens it as well, and I think our master key opens the other fucking cage. Okay, so this is our opportunity. We see the bonfire, and we would see this because we'd be like, okay, we've got a new vantage point. Let's check things out, right? That's just what we've been doing. And we would see that bonfire and be like, holy fuck. Thank Jeebus. I absolutely would not try to get that one item unless I just fall, right? Unless I fall. But I would be doing that jump. I'd be trying to do everything I can to make sure that I get over there safe and sound. It's crazy. We can hear someone adjusting the fucking trap again. We have straight up killed everything. All right, so this is important. I want to mention that I don't think this place gives you soft humanity. We've killed a fuck ton of serpent men. Serpent men should be kind of considered humanoid, so I don't either this place doesn't give you soft humanity or serpent men aren't humanoid. And if they aren't humanoid, then this place would not give you soft humanity because you couldn't really kill enough shit that's humanoid. I don't know what is in here that would be considered under that criteria, so it's kind of weird that this place doesn't give you soft humanity. But we know we want to update or kindle this bonfire quite a bit. So it starts off at 5. We need 2 for human and 10. So 4 total. All right. And so what this will also do is it would give us access to the Iron Tarkus summon sign. I don't know if we'll see that before we go to the boss fight, because why would we walk into that room again, right? It wouldn't make a lot of sense. But we've got some souls to spend now. And we've picked up some large shards, remember, so this is a good opportunity to improve our weapons. Oh yeah. We've got our wing spear to +10. That's huge. We love that. We see that we could upgrade our lightning spear with chunks. That does not sound good to me, because again, we have an understanding that we can add lightning to our super strong upgraded weapons, so why would we do such a thing, right? We haven't seen any new Twinkling Titanite, but we do have our Yaito. Why is it not showing up? Oh, did I put that away? I must have accidentally put it in the bottomless box when we were using the Astora Straight Sword. I need to pull that back out of here. Okay, interesting. Oh, it's not showing up because it's +5 and I need to, yeah, I've got it on me. But it's +5, so it's not showing up. My B. Noob mistake. Alright, we're trying to get strength to 24. So we can use the Grave Lord sword. The first question I'd be asking is, hey, does the Firebomb Giant respawn? I'd be trying to figure that shit out. Hello? Doesn't seem so. We've got the archer up there. Alright, we know we want to try to get this. That is less fall damage than I expected. Let's take a look at that bow. That seems kind of cool, right? Sniper crossbow. Let's read about this. Large crossbow with long distance used by Kareem snipers, often used with sniper bolts. While crossbows are normally easy to use, the sniper crossbow requires dexterity. This is a weapon that I really never utilize. I think it's something that I'll be interested to experience sometime soon, though. Whoops. Holy. That was a long stagger for me on the fall. Alright. Alright. Up we go. We know that there's pretty much only the archer between us that we have to fight. Archer wouldn't really be someone that we'd have to kill, but he's so easy to kill because he's in between us and where we're going. Yeah, see, you wouldn't really see that unless you just walk right up on it. So I'm just not going to do it. I would have just assumed that key is for Logan, which it probably is. I can't be certain. I wonder if I destroy the cage key, if my master key... That's nice. Oh, wow, that's a good score. Is this guy a one-time kill? Yeah, he is, okay. Again, I don't think we would see the summon sign from here. No, we don't. We would just never go over there again. It wouldn't make any sense. But the Iron Tarkus is there. Let me show you guys, just so you know. If you're struggling with this boss, Iron Tarkus, very good against this enemy. Fantastic. You can typically solo the boss if you wanted to. Alright. We know that there's a big mofo in there. That's all we know. This is one of those, like, if we struggled, I'd come back with lightning on my spear. I'd probably fight this guy like a dragon. Try to stay under his feet. And just watch out for weapon swings. Yeah, when you see that, it's like, oh, okay. And then it's something that you would realize, okay, well, maybe we can use this to our advantage somehow. Other than just spamming him down like this. It's funny because you seeing this, you're like, holy fuck, this guy's easy, right? But he's super cheap because he can just knock you off of the map like that. So you got to be extra careful. As easy as it is to knock him down, he can just swipe you straight to hell. So you want to keep him around the edge. Oh my god, why is it kicking? If you can get him on that platform, like if you just rush him early, which is easy to do, where he starts the fight, if you just close in on him over there, you'll pretty much easily take him out. Fuck! He's gonna eat me. Oh, got lucky, he threw me in the center. Burn it, boom, burn it, boom. Kneecap stabs. So yeah, we obviously as a noob would not know that we want to rush him, start melee him right here. He gets wobbly, we knock him down, and he just falls to his death. One of the easiest bosses in the game. You can see how, like, even if you don't know shit about this guy, he's huge and slow, so you would want to stay around his feet and his ankles. That's just how you fight all the big shit I mean, it's pretty common. And then you would just learn through trial and error that, okay, the boss is pretty limited. If we can avoid the grab, we're probably good. So pretty easy fight, and I'm pretty convinced that he is easy because of how easy it would be to not find a bonfire or to open up that shortcut. All right, this is one of the funnier moments in the game because it's like a oh shit moment. But as far as I remember, this just used to be like a straight up yellow circle. It didn't have this effect to it that it does now. This is a remaster change. I don't think in the Prepare to Die edition it does this. Which is funny because if you guys remember what miracle resonance are, you don't see this too often. You got to be playing online, so you rarely see it in my playthroughs. But if I was here, if I was online right now, and I was just doing this, and then you were playing online too, and you were in the same area as me, you would walk over here and see a bunch of white circles. And that's a miracle resonance. And so what it does is it makes your miracles cast within this area where the miracle resonance exists more potent. It's not true for all miracles, but it's true for a decent amount of them, right? And so that's a mechanic that is rarely utilized because it requires people to be spamming miracles. So it's just not common. It's pretty rare stuff. But that's what this ring always reminds me of. I remember how surprised I was at this. Like, there's not a fucking chance in hell I would be willing participant in this trip here. I mean, they do a pretty good job of making it seem like you have no choice. But let's not forget, of all the shit we've killed and encountered, I don't think those things are just taking me. But this is one of the best reveals in video games. It's just fantastic. I mean, think about how long ago this game came out. This was such a fantastic reveal. One of my other favorite reveals is like the opening to Zelda Breath of the Wild, or as Questo likes to say, Breath of Fresh Air. So this is something that a lot of people don't know about. The bat demon thing sits here, and you can go back and select talk, and it'll fly you back to Sen's Fortress. So some people get here before they want to, and Sen's Fortress and Orlando can be pretty tough on them. And they're stuck here because we don't have the Lord Vessel. We can't portal back between bonfires. So you're legitimately thinking like, holy fuck, I just locked myself into this zone that I'm not ready for, and I can't win. I can't progress. That happens to people, right? So this will get you back, and it's very rare that people see that, because when you land here, you're so taken away by what's in front of you. Like, and you look back here, and you would see that, and why would you think you could talk to this thing? You wouldn't really approach that. Chances are you never even look back behind you, right? So you're just like, okay, let me... And you're just... There's so much crazy, awesome shit in front of you that nobody would blame you if you never looked back. But that's how you get back. And that's something that a lot of people need to know, because they struggle here, and it becomes a massive pain point for them. Think about the archers, the silver archers that skull fuck you when you're trying to get to where you need to go. Maybe you need to go back and better prepare yourself. That's part of it. I never fought that guy when I didn't have to. Same with these dudes. You would see the chest, and you're like, huh. You just don't know how strong they are, and since there's two of them, it's not something that I would typically want to bait out. I would save that mentally and say, okay, I'm going to come back to that. We'd definitely be... I mean, we wouldn't feel the super necessity for a bonfire, but we're in a new zone, so we'd be looking around. That's an easy find, right? The brass set is pretty cool. The helmet is just so absurd, though. Can you imagine that shit? Just because you don't know. You never know if something in this game is like gonna do something fucked up, so just rest if you get the chance right there.
Well, you are a rare visitor.
I was
Welcome
definitely
to the lost
surprised when it
city
was a
of
woman's
Avalon,
voice.
Chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here and head straight yonder. If you are the chosen one, a revelation shall visit thee. What follows thereafter depends upon you.
You remember when you got shot off from an archer? It was, yeah, dude. It's funny sometimes, and it's also infuriating. All right, so this is the actual first moment in our playthrough that we can reinforce our Estus. So seeing this right here, we're like, oh shit. Use Firekeeper Soul, absolutely. So we don't know that we can restore the Firekeeper at Firelink Shrine yet. We don't know that. So we wouldn't necessarily be hoarding a soul for her. Okay, so we've got a plus 2 Estus Flask now. Previously, our Estus Flasks were pretty worthless, so this is going to be a nice score for us. That being said, you see how long it's been since we've had to use a heal? Just the act of having the improved kindling, the rite of kindling to where we can get 20 flasks, it just shows you how powerful that is. So if you can get into the catacombs early game and get the rite of kindling and then get the hell out of there, you really set yourself up nicely. And then if you can go to the New Londo ruins, grab that Firekeeper Soul, upgrade your Estus Flask, you're pretty solid. Like you're that's a lot of heals for a long time.
What is it? What am I? Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper and a guide. That is my calling. The bonfires attended by the keepers are special. They are linked to one another, and their flames never die. Yet never shall the keepers of these flames meet. If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for. If you require rest...
Okay. Excellent. All right, we know we're gonna need 3 humanity. This one might have started at its second tier of kindling. Can't be certain. It's hard to tell sometimes. Whoop. I thought it was going to stay on the same option. Yeah, okay, that was right. I think it's every bonfire that has a Firekeeper present will be at +10 by default. That seems to be true. It may not be 100% accurate, but for most of them that I can think of, that is the case. Oh yeah, we need to spend this money. We're getting closer to being able to use our Gravelord sword. Just one more strength. Then we can one-hand it. We haven't even tried it with 2 hands. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't think we'll ever spend another point in strength after that. We'll leave it at 24. And because we got the bonfire, now we can go ahead and take a gamble and see what we've got over here. we can be way more adventurous having accomplished that, right? So I think it would be smart to try to pull one of these. And that, looking at my inventory, it got me thinking, okay, I need to remove that poison clump thing. Alright, it's clear to me that we will not be able to backstab this guy. So here, this is going to be, we said we're going to be smarter about these bigger enemies. We're going to start bleeding them. Uh-oh. We need to be careful though, because this weapon is not up to spec compared to our spear. And these guys are heavily armored, so they're going to take more hits to bleed. Once we get our bleed weapon leveled up more, then we'll consider using it more regularly. We just got to get back to the blacksmith. So I like to circle on the shield side because of the shield slam. Normally I'd circle on the weapon hand side, but the shield slam is more of a concern for me. Every Souls game you've played, you do sword and shield first. Yeah, it's a good way to learn, like, safely. It's a good way. Alright. Little Demon Titanite. This guy is pretty much shown there's no reason to kill him. Again, if that was like a cannon fodder enemy, you'd see me kill him almost every time, but something like that, there's just no purpose. I guess while I'm moving over here, I'd be interested to see what's below me. Oh God. You can see that guy. You're like, shit. But what's really gonna... What I really hate is what's in there. I hate that fucking place. We don't know anything about it yet, though. Alright, so we see is like the pretty much exact same setup here. So we can just drag one out. And I said we were going to get rid of these clumps, so let's do that. And what we can do now is we can put back a resin there just in case. Because the last boss fight, when we entered there, I was thinking, man, you know what? I probably would want a resin, especially once I start hitting them and realizing that's going to be a longer fight. I love how we could see Smo behind us. Imagine if he just like animated there. All right. Whoops. Let's back out a little bit. Get him to separate from his buddy in case he knocks me backwards. Oh, the overhand attack. Strong. Alright, so before, that wouldn't have been enough to heal me. So the improved Estus Flask is already paying off. Something heavy like this, big armor bro, you could probably beat the brakes off of them with lightning. I hate getting trapped in between its shield. It's really fucking annoying. The hitbox is pretty huge. And I should have disengaged target lock. I wanted to roll backwards. Target lock is helpful when you want to circle. But I wish it was easier to disengage. Nice. I wouldn't expect the halberd. I know what it is. It's just a variant of the halberd. All right, we like that. We know that improved our Astora's straight sword. We know that this is a mimic now because we can see the straight chain. This might be the first time where we can realize that the chain is different. It's very obvious because the floor contrasts so much with the chest itself. So this is the first learning opportunity, right? Is the chest also kind of like palish compared? It's hard to say for sure because it could be lighting. If the chest was closed again, we'd have a better idea, but like the wood looks a little bit different. We can see it's breathing when we focus on it, but you know, we know this is a mimic now, and after we fight it, I think we would be pretty confident that the chain is an indicator because we can see it pretty clearly now. It should do that Liu Kang sound when it does that kick. I never trust that. The grab's so dangerous. So crystal halberd, really good. That's our first crystal item. So this one I would look at. Be like, what do we got here? All right, we see this is pretty substantial damage-wise for not having like any upgrade to it. So long-hilted weapon mixing spear and axe is difficult to handle, requiring both strength and dexterity. The halberd has 2 elementary attacks, spear-like thrusting and large sweeping swings. However, one false swing and the wielder is left wide open. The description is why I don't like the weapon, right? It's heavy, it's clumsy, and like it says, it leaves you open for a counterattack. It's pretty poor. I don't like using it, but it's good to just like waylay on crowds, like baby skellies and stuff like that. Anything that you're pretty much just mowing down for easy souls or titanite, or it's not titanite, but yeah, maybe titanite slugs or something, but humanity farming, things like that. I don't like it otherwise. I think there's much better weapons out there, much more balanced weapons. Seeing what this guy is doing, like guarding this, really makes me want to go down there, right? You're like, ooh, something worth defending. This feels like such a nice little place, right? You're like walking in the woods, beautiful castle in the background. You can see this spire, like that looks cool. What? This golden gate, this is our first time seeing this. Normally we have a fog gate that's kind of like a silvery, which either separates a new area or a boss fight. So this one is interesting. Examine brilliant light, sealed by the great Lord's power. Doesn't give us any other information. I mean, we obviously know what this is. This requires the Lord vessel. We're on our way to obtaining that. But yeah, this is a question mark right now. Now, if your first instance of running into this is in the Giant's Tomb, you're going to be very pissed off. But this kind of interaction with that's totally fair, and I'm not mad at that one. It's the fact that they let you get so deep in the Tomb of the Giants before they fuck you over and send you packing, and you literally have no idea why or how to fix that. And you can't fast travel back, and you're stuck in hell, and it's a long way back. It's just a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare for those players. All right. So this is the only area that we haven't explored in the immediate zone that we're at. I would definitely be circling this to see if there's loots on the backside of these pillars. If you're not playing that way, you're playing wrong. Scour for loots. All right, I know that's a gargoyle. I don't necessarily know if it's the same caliber of gargoyle we faced earlier. I think we would by default always think that that's just a boss, but now we know, like personally, we know that gargoyles are basically just regular mini bosses. They're stronger than normal enemies, but they're not truly a boss. That was just a boss to us by how shitty we were at that point of the game. What up, Ghetto? Welcome back, dude. Yeah, the giant, yeah. I think we were talking about that the other day. It is certainly a pain in the fucking ass. I certainly remember being terrified of this encounter because, you know, your first playthrough of Dark Souls, that enemy is pretty substantial. He's pretty tough. We know that lightning is great damage against this thing. And of course, if you want to try to get its tail, you can. I'm going to back it away so I can actually get an attack on that. We'll talk about... I bet Queso is going to remember this thing that I'm about to talk about. Motherfucker. Why are you protecting it? It's mine! Yes! Give me that tail. Okay. This, I can't be the only one, and I've talked about this many times. I tried to Michael Jordan this shit. I could not figure out how the fuck to advance. I was stuck here for so long. And I was like, fuck it. We yeet. And I thought, like, I'm like, there's got to be some way, like, something. I mean, clearly looking at this, there's no way you can make this jump. It's not even remotely possible. But I spent so much time trying to figure out how the fuck to get anywhere else. Like, yes, now that we know what to look at, that fucking broken window and the fact that you can land on that and all of this shit, sure, okay, whatever. Like, yes, I was over here. I circled this area. I did all this stuff. But, you know, it's just one of those things. Like, you're not trained to look for these obscure paths, these weird ways to get to other areas. It's very, like, for most people, a game like this is possibly their first experience where the dev is really trying to trick you a lot. Like, they do a lot of tricky, sneaky things. So this being the first installment, you're just never really prepared for that kind of thing. You're not, like, you expect to be guided where to go next. Maybe not have a full hand-holding session, but you expect for that information to be fucking given to you in a reasonable way, right? So we circle this area, we're looking, it's hell. What are we gonna do, right? We know that it's gonna be this. We know that. But there's like And I would spend time, because we've exhibited that in this playthrough. Like when we get to a place where noob Sean would have been stuck and I could talk about it and how I experienced it, like I will go do anything and everything else that I can do until I can't progress anymore. And then I'll either try to find a justifiable way that I would finally realize this without looking it up, or I would say, okay, at this point, I would just be completely stuck and we would have to research and figure it out. We've done all of those things that we can do up to this point. There's really nothing else we can do. So this is where I would be at that point where I'd be saying, okay, fuck it, and I'm trying to jump off this thing, and it's just not working. We know that. It's insane to try it, but there is nothing else for me to do. So if there were other areas that I could go to and work on, I would. But we've completed everything that we can up to this point. So this is one of those rare instances in the game where I'm going to say, okay, I'm using my pre-existing knowledge and we're moving forward. But I would have been stuck here for a long fucking time. And if I was streaming this game blind, like let's say I was a streamer back when this thing existed in its infancy, I would have been playing this and you guys would have been fucking pissed. Get your own goddamn money. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate that, man. You guys would have been so fucking mad because those of you that don't know me very well, I refuse to look this shit up. I would have been sitting here for days, literal days, and people would have been coming into the chat being like, dude, you just got to do this thing, and I would ban them. And we would be stuck here forever. We would literally be stuck. It wouldn't. I don't think I would have ever fucking seen that broken ass window and thought to climb this. So it's crazy. Just be glad. Be glad that this is the game that made me start streaming this type of stuff or start making videos, because I was like, this is fucked, dude. I need to help people that were in my situation and just wanted to die. Oh shit. $1 club.
Giving $1 whole to help feed hungry children. Here's your t-shirt.
Ooh. Who got the t-shirt? Oh, thanks, Doug. Appreciate you, man. I need to heal. I was ready for that dude to just kill me right after that long speech as we got in here. Ooh, a shiny. At this moment, I'm starting to realize that this area is massive and is wide open. And there's a shiny on a chandelier. And I've got no real effective projectile methods, so we see the ladder here. I fucking hate this zone. We quickly get dead-ended. So at this point, it doesn't really feel weird or unnerving because, again, there's a nice railing in front of me. Nothing feels scary. That's all about to change. It's all about to change. So hard for the honey. Thank you, man. Is it only $1, tree fitty, and 5? No, there's different amounts that prompt different numbers or different alerts. There's $10 and over, and then $20 and over. But I've actually got quite a lot of new alerts that I'm working on, like a lot, to where there's going to be so many things that you can trigger. The majority of them exist between the $1 to $2 range. So they're less about like full-blown alerts like this, and they're more about like sending a short bus across my stream or farting like a squeaker fart or something annoying to tilt me. It's really just to tilt me, and that's why it's cheap, so you guys can start harassing me with bullshit. I love that one.
What's up? What's up?
I mean, the $20 one is my favorite one. It just makes me laugh every time because it's the scam one. We usually see that when we do like drinking streams. Someone gets me a chug or something like that, and that's typically the time we see that one. It's the one where Cartman's like rolling around in the money, and he's like, "Yes, yes, it worked. It actually worked." I fucking laugh every time that one happens. It's super funny. Yeah, but when I finish working on those, I will have like a link to essentially like a menu, so you'll know what amounts generate what kind of things. It'll be fun. I think you guys will like it. All right, so yeah, no need to. You've seen the $20 one, man. Thank you so much, Doug. I appreciate you, dude. Very generous, as always. So this would be, yeah, I can't, I feel like it's another one of those moments where a lot of people are going to have this common feeling of this is a very like on the edge of your seat type of situation for people, especially when you're a noob in this game. Shielding up is dangerous. Not shielding up is dangerous. Melee attacking is dangerous because you can push yourself off. Obviously, if you're an archer and you can just piece them up from far away from protection, that's fantastic. Great for you. Great if you're a sorcerer. Like all of these things, there's ways to approach it. Honestly, I think like one of the best ways is to just zoom, like bait them to go one path and then you just run the other. Just got to be sure of your footing, right? Never lock onto these guys. Never. Unless they're right on top of you. And even then, I don't suggest you do that. I never suggest you do that. So we see this guy going right. I would go this way. And I want to get on this platform here. And it's great because... What the fuck? I've never knocked the chandelier off by standing here. I don't know if the other guy did it. Was his suicide roll what brought the collision of the chandelier? All right, that's pretty funny. So, yeah, a great way to take out the first guy. And this is something that I would just randomly discover playing like a noob, playing afraid, right? I wouldn't want to fight this guy. I would try to run by him. And again, that result is exactly what you're hopeful of. When you're in these dangerous areas where fighting things is actually what's going to probably get you killed because of gravity, of the camera, of the target lock, like all these systems working against you. It's not the actual enemy that's the real threat. It's the fucking game. So if you can avoid putting yourself in that spot, let the game kill the enemies for you, if possible. Again, it doesn't always work out that way. But here we see our most bulky protection spot. So if the guy's not going to come towards us, we can then decide to push towards him. Now, I'll point out here that you can already jump over to that side from this area. But we're not going to do that. That's a great way to get through, though. Ooh. Again, hold your ground. Don't panic. You saw how I targeted him and then removed the target lock. The reason is, if he rolls and you step, it could sidestep your character based off of like the roll animation of it's almost a guarantee that you're gonna fucking fall off this thing. It's hell. So we got our last guy. We can square up here. Makes it a little bit easier to protect. And you just kind of want to make them force their hand a little bit. bad news. Yep, I'm dead. They have some good... I love when they kill themselves after they take you out. They have some good stamina break. Like, they swing so frequently. They're hitting you twice every time they swing. So if you're confident, and I was trying to show you guys a way to do it like super safe, where you're not having to rely on parrying. I would parry most of the time, but honestly, I would just bait those guys around and just run and keep them moving and have them kill themselves. But that is the nature of this this section of the game. You're gonna have moments where you're just gonna get fucked up. It is totally normal. Between here and the archers, those are the two frustration points in this level for sure. Once you get past the archers, that is probably the point where you're like, okay, fuck yeah, I am good from here on out. You don't know that, but you will learn that after you're a little bit more experienced. Couldn't remember if that gargoyle respawned. I guess it makes sense since it drops like a boss weapon kind of thing with its tail. I'm going to show you guys a setting that you should always disable. So you may be used to running over that passageway, and when you go through the overhanging, I don't know, whatever this is called, the awning or whatever you want to call it, your camera will do shit like this. It'll go all over the fucking place because you're close to a wall, and the camera tries to autocorrect. You should always disable that setting, and it's camera auto wall recovery. Turn that shit off. That has killed me so many times. Never have that on. It's awful. That's like, anytime I play a Fromsoft game, that's the first thing I do is turn that shit off. My souls. All right, let's see if we can get lucky and get the guy to repeat. We're gonna utilize force this time, but we're actually gonna put that in our right hand. So we're gonna be a smart little cleric. See if we can bust these guys up. Pretty sure this should work very well. Time to use our abilities. This would be also a good time to potentially use the poise ring, since we're not holding a weapon anymore. God damn it. They're so good at that. Okay. He fell. I saw his shadow dropping. They're fast, so and I'm not super skilled at playing the cleric, so my timing's not very good with trying to use force. But you can see, obviously, like, baiting them to fall is usually the most effective thing. There we go. See you, buddy. Oh, he's not dead, but he's not a problem anymore. So again, we have this great utility spell that we... Motherfucker. That we're not using to its potential, and that's mostly because I keep forgetting that I'm a cleric. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's back for some mo. All right. So this is... Obviously, we know that the Painting Guardian sword is a cool weapon because we've been fighting against it, right? So this is one of those weapons that I'd be interested in learning a little bit more about. So I would take a look. Maybe it has some interesting component to it, right? It's got a nice crit. It's got a good bleed. Okay. Curved sword of Anne Orlando painting guardians. Unique shape with flat tip. The guardians who strike down those who dare threaten the paintings attack in a continuous circular dancing motion. A technique passed down through generations. So while it doesn't have any special ability, it does have a cool moveset. And I think like the more you play the game, that's where you want to start enjoying a variety of weapons and experience those movesets. It helps keep things a little bit fresh for you. So yeah, that's a good option for you if you're looking for a little bit of fancy tactics. Where's my, there we go. Okay. Let's go down here, see if we see anything. We know that the guy... Oh, it wasn't the guy we knocked down. Oh, wait. Yeah, it was. He jumped over from the up top. Okay. So, this doesn't seem to lead to anything. But because that guy we knocked onto that platform was able to get back over there, that starts to make me think, what, if any, benefit do we have? And then we notice this chest over there, okay? So how do we get to that chest? Well, if we can get down here, like that guy did, and we can get back to where we need to go from there, then we can get on the other side too. And let's see if this does anything for us. We don't know if there's an enemy up here. Oh! That's a tough parry because we're so close that it's hard to see. Alright. Nice. And this is a chest that I probably didn't see for many playthroughs. But I also didn't knock down the guy on the ledge and then see how he made his way back. So that kind of gave me a reason to be, this statue is fucking absurd. Okay. That is some weeb level statue. Gazungas. All right, what do we got? Okay, Divine Blessing. That we got our first one at Sin's Fortress. Another one here. Expensive item. To me, that seems like not something super great. I don't know why we're walking back down there. We can't do anything from that. We got to drop down again. But yeah, I mean, we answered the question. We saw a chest. We grabbed it. Nice. I would be kind of curious if we could survive this drop because we see stuff we want. It's a long-ass fucking drop, but we have made some pretty substantial drops before. What I would probably be looking to do is drop down on this outer lip here and then try to drop down on that lip there in the center of my screen. And I think that could work. We don't need to do that. And it seems like a big risk considering how annoying it is to get past those guys. And also, we've got an area like a fog gate or something that we can push through. So we don't know what that is. This big picture is cool. We know what that is. But seeing it from up here, it's pretty neat. I still don't think we'd ever get close enough to it to interact with it. So I'm going to be interested to see what draws me closer to that, if anything. I don't expect it will. I think what's going to happen is we're going to see that that black armor set in the corner. We're going to loot that. And that's that. I don't think we'll ever walk straight up to that fucking painting. But if something pushes us there, we will definitely do the painted world. Again, I never imagined in our noob playthrough that we would go to the Undead Asylum. I didn't think there's any fucking chance. But that was before I knew that the soldier there, whatever his name is, actually pushed us towards the nest if we found it first. So I'd be exploring this for a second. If this was Dark Souls 2, I'd be dropping some fucking pebbles just to see if this was a... So high for the honey. Drop down. Try jumping. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Does it do anything on your perspective when we reach the goal? I don't think I don't know what that looks like from a viewer on the chat thing. But yeah, just so you guys are fully aware, like I have a fully different checking account for my stream stuff. So like literally everything that I make from the stream goes into improving stream stuff. That's why I like spend money on good cameras, good lenses, stuff like that. And always try to reinvest in the stream. So I appreciate the contributions you guys put into the stream, because it's a good quality viewing experience, and that's thanks to viewers like you. So always appreciate it. No, I know. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and Doug, you'll appreciate this. I've acknowledged that, watch this guy over there. I've acknowledged that on games that require me to communicate with the chat regularly, or like competitive, or something like Dead by Daylight, I will start streaming that in 1080p with the like 1 to 2 second delay. So it's really only going to be games like single player games, stuff like this, where I'm going to continue to stream at the maximum bitrate, highest viewer fidelity type experience. Well, that's good information. I appreciate you telling me what happens in the chat there with the stream thing. Yeah, and I'll start having targeted goals, like instead of just like, "I'll thank you kindly." Yeah, we'll have targeted goals, and that'll be more of an incentive to like use those lower cost kind of troll tips that I'm setting up. Have you noticed this? Hold on, I'm gonna listen. You can hear breathing. This area is so quiet that you can hear breathing, and I'm not sure if it's me or something else. I think it's my character, but it sounds like Michael Myers is right up on my ass. He's stalking me right now. All right, so I would have explored this before I rotated it. Just been curious what the hell this is. But I don't think I ever notice the breathing unless I'm in this area. And it's either because it's completely fucking silent, or it's because it's something about this zone. Alright, no more target. Give me that. Ah, shit. What? This is probably not the greatest weapon for this. Oh shit, I can't see with those sparkles. My God. That was like completely obscuring my vision. I thought I was about to get whomped. Yeah. Are you at that point where putting your socks on is a difficult journey? Oh man. That's when you know you've made it to Team Fat. All right, so this area would be this would catch my eye for sure, seeing those guys over there. We got some shinies, but also we lowered this thing. So now I'd be like, okay, let's check it out now. Let's see what it did. Check again. Now we have access to this. You're gonna get there, Doug. I believe in you. Alright, we got a lot of these dudes to deal with if we're looking here, but we see that shiny over there. Might be worth. Motherfucker. They've got some very interesting attacks. We don't know their attack radius. I would try to hug the wall here and hope that we can squeeze. Alright, when we see we draw one, I'm backing off and taking him out. There's no way we would push forward and let like a train of these fuckers come at me. Man, that attack is really hard to parry. Went way too early there. I suspect we might be able to get soft humanity here. And these kind of enemies should be a good source of it. It's hard to hug the wall, move, and also angle your camera to view. It's really difficult. I know it's annoying for you to watch, so sorry about that. But it's super hard to control. All right, so you can have like very, very limited risk to go get this. All right, so we're actually going to the Painted World because in genuine Sean fashion, like I've told you guys many times, I will hug outer edge of a zone so that like it's the safest way to maneuver, right? You know nothing's attacking you on your left or on the upper side here. So all you have to do is watch this area in front of you as you move, right? So you can't get bamboozled. So we would immediately see this as we crawl, as we wall crawl here. The bad thing about this is we have the doll. So if we fucking examine this, we're getting sucked in. And you know for sure we're getting sucked in because we would examine this. What an absolute nightmare for a noob. God. Noob Sean gets sucked into the painted world of Ariamis. Disgusting. Why did we ever pick up that stupid fucking doll? And we don't know why that happened. We have no idea. I genuinely don't know what it would tell me if I inspected it without the doll, or even if it would ask me to examine it. I can't be sure. I can't recall. I genuinely think the first time I went here, there was God, what is it? A Black Phantom. There was a Grave Lord. So they had like red. We call them Black Phantoms, but they look red. There were red, like, toxic bloaters and shit. Oh my god. It was the worst possible first experience you could have in this place. It was fucking hell. If this was truly my first playthrough, people would be getting giddy as fuck knowing what I'm walking into. Welcome to hell. Bone Wheel Basement. Oh, we'll get invaded by King Xanthos too. I would actually potentially think that Xanthos is a real player, honestly, because of how fucking crazy he looks. And he spams pyro spells, which is not uncommon for invaders. Especially the trolley type spells that he uses. Excuse me. Doug, are you still there? If you're still there, how pleased were you to see my displeasure in that text message I sent you earlier today? I know you must have loved that. Stab. Oh! The undead spam swing is top quality. Alright, Doug, I appreciate it, man. Catch you later, buddy. The sound of that cracks me up. I don't know if we would... I think I remember what I tried to do here. My first time here, I tried to hit that with throwing knives. Oh, close. What? I did 20 damage to the dead body hanging on the rope? What the fuck is that sound? That was weird. Dead body damage, that's a new one. You ever seen that one before? Slink. Alright. I think this is our first time seeing a undead archer like that. Whoa! The good thing about the nakeds is, you know, if you land first, you should always stagger them. So it allows you to be a little less patient. We don't know what that sound is. I think it's a rat. Oh. So the trick to these things is actually fighting them with fire. You basically like cauterize the blood explosion or whatever they do, but we don't know that yet. We might benefit from the spear here. Ooh, we don't want to be close to them though. So yeah, okay, so the spear actually keeps us out of that range if we're successful, right? We could still be right up on top of them and get kind of whamboozled by that. So that's good. Spear coming in clutch again. Way to go, Questo. You are a pro gamer. Man, those burbs are bastards. We do not like those. Remember when the dried finger was here and you couldn't get it from the merchant? This was This was a tough place. I mean, it still is a tough place. The sound of the rats is really uncomfortable because we don't know what that is. The rats can be a real big problem. No, sorry, the rats can't be a real big problem, but it sounds like something that would be a real big problem. I just don't know it's the rats. Give me that. See more of those fire bombers. Burb people. Oh, that's cool. So one thing we get to realize right away. Oh, that's bad. Booty cheeks. Oh! Oh my god. 100 to 0. We get one shot. There you go. Welcome to the painted world. Get clapped by naked cheeks. Oh, it's lovely. All right, well, did we learn anything there? That's quite the punishment for what I would consider not really a mistake. Just the move is pretty strong and it's the first time you've seen it, right? So it's like, what are you really going to do about that? A punishing place indeed. Oh! Yeah, it's certainly nice to have a more effective Estus flask. What's up, boomers? Alright, so we want to get our souls. And I think we want to be a little bit more tactical now. So we probably don't want to hang out when we see those things on the way. Oh shit! So they've got a great tell when they're about to do that, at least. So it really shouldn't catch you off guard. We can keep them locked if we get 2 attacks in. That's cool. Take that. Nice. Twin humanities. We like that. What do we got in here? Hello? Oh, something just barked at me. Oh, that's the... that's the rat that we're about to discover. They sound like the rodents in Princess Bride. I feel like that's intentional, right? What do you guys think? What do you Princess Bride fans think about that? Listen to these bad boys. Don't be shy now. You've been barking this whole time. You fucks. I'm even like looking low so I can hit them. Albino rats are a little bit... I don't know. Maybe I'm a rat racist. I prefer my rats black or brown. Albino rats are kind of creepy. Right. Let's see if we can figure out how to get that corpse. See, we're taking a look. We don't see... Oh, wait. Is that a bridge? But how? Looks like there's a bridge to that. Do we see any way? Again, we know how to get there. We're just noobifying it right now. Alright, we don't really see any way for Noob Sean to get there just yet. See an item hanging there, and then one out the window. More item. A ladder into a well. Okay. Annoying archer. I think we kill the archer first. Oh, you bastards. Okay. Now these things could be a fucking problem if we allow them to start spam casting, so... They are some unusual sized rodents. Fuck me. Thought we were running. All right. I gotta keep an eye out for hanging undead. I hear something moving. But again, I think it might be me. Like, this game has a problem with your footfalls. Oh! Sounding like it's an enemy or something, and it ends up being you. I don't know how many people get caught off guard by that. Oh, I saw some feet. Hello? You coming over here? Alright, this looks like a jump we can make, right? Nice. There's a ladder there. Oh, that guy dropped down now that I got over here. He's smart. So I'm getting the fuck out of here. Alright, where's he at? Oh yeah, let's get some... No! Oh shit! He belched. God damn, that's ugly. Let's look at the face. I really don't want to. It's so fucking sick, dude. Alright, let's go up top. Remember, children, hit that thing with fire damage and you can be right on top of it and it won't explode and get you all stank. Covered in stank. I see your hands. We learned our lesson. Well, at least we know that the barking is rats. So it's not too scary. Damn it. So the tables in the Duke's archives, you can't roll into them and destroy them. They're a little bit stronger. You ever notice that about certain things? Certain objects require different types of methods to destroy them. I'm kind of surprised this wasn't a mimic. Seems like a good spot to troll somebody. All right. Painting Guardian set. It's pretty neat. I like the sets of armor for, like, if you want to have a role play as that particular type of character or enemy or whatever. It's cool. It adds a little bit of flavor to the game. Oh, I see you, Undedged. I hate how you can't kill it when it's in motion like that. Time out. I'm climbing over. Don't hit me. Like, what? Oh, God. Seeing that would be like, no, no, no. Especially because we haven't killed the original one we discovered. It one-shot us. But we would learn pretty quickly about this one that the way its vomit works, we can get pretty close to it and damage it pretty easily. What would I do here first? We see that if we drop down there, there's no real reason to do so yet. Ooh, burb person dropping, so that means they'll probably be running towards us at some point. Yep, they're coming. Let's see where they go. They're going to go in there, and they're going to work their way around. So this is actually a good piece of information, right? If you can watch an enemy where it came from, and then it gets to you, because we can see it over here, we know that you know, like, if we end up down there, we can get back. So we want to take care of this thing because we do not want it to be pursuing us. This one is weaker than the first ones we encountered. Interesting. Or maybe it took fall damage when it started. I think it took fall damage. That wouldn't make any sense if it's weaker. Yeah. Because it started like way up there at some point, I guess, and just dropped down. Alright, let's start where we're at and circle around a little bit. Okay, we see item. Alright, we see an item here. This one we can be pretty confident we won't be able to jump to, because even if we were able to jump to this little in-between ledge, all our jumps result in a roll. So that wouldn't work out too well for us. So we'll go down this way first. I'm gonna inspect this area. I think you can just constantly hear my breathing, and I'm only noticing it because it's so quiet for most of these places now. Unless the breathing happens in Anne Orlando, and this is still considered, you know, like Anne Orlando to some extent. I wish we could have what we have in Bloodborne, that little, like, hip lantern. That'd be so nice. So we got to be pretty careful, because from the outside we could see a lot of those birds, but we don't see any right here for some reason. The fog gate, we don't know what this does. But I think I'd be willing to take the risk here. Home? That would be curious, seeing those guys. I'm pretty sure those dudes are a real bastard to a noob. They're obviously slow, but they are you never seen anything like it, right? So I'd probably move out a little bit. And that would be like an immediate nope. And now I'd be looking, what the fuck do I want to do? I can't fight all these things. Yeah, so I'd be zigzagging. And I'd probably look around. This is where the gank squad happens. PvP. This place is hell for PvP. Alright, so this is a good shortcut to open. This just helps us out immensely. And again, we've got a lot of souls, so it might be worth hitting that bonfire. We can check this out. Oh no. Oh no. We would look down here for sure, but we know we don't want to be here. Wow. What a sad place to discover. This is such a troll. Don't you love how they just throw that fucker in a beam of light? So that's what you're going to focus on? I don't know how much, like how cautious I would be. I think I would focus on that guy. I would still look, but I mean, it's pretty bright in here, actually. I would see those guys. And we know what the bone wheels are because we've been to the catacombs, so I would know not to fuck around with these guys. It's crazy because it was really not letting me target them. I thought for sure we could mow through those guys. Well, that's the noob lesson. You would have learned the hard way. You've been using your experience from the previous zone where you fought bone wheels. Now, granted, we were using our divine weapon, but that wasn't nearly as strong as the spear should be. And there's nothing that's going to reanimate these skellies. So we were okay in thinking, based off of experience in this playthrough, that we should have been able to power through that guy. But again, as you advance through zones, same retread enemies are just stronger. So you got to be aware of that. But we've got the shortcut open, so this is nice. It's not as punishing as it would have been. Wow. I got staggered from that guy jumping. I guess his toe landed on me, and it prevented me from using a follow-up swing. Very interesting. Alright, so the other good thing about this is the phalanx won't be moving right now. So that death isn't horrible. We'll have quick access to our souls. And we're okay. We know the smart way is to just shield up. See, it won't let me target them, though. It's like it's only until they're right up on us. Yeah, we do very little damage to these guys right now. Why is that guy just chilling? Alright, I'll take it. No complaint there. All right. Yeah, so how did we die to the first one? Because these dudes are just like giving up the moment we start fighting them. So many skeleton wheels. I kind of like this approach. It's better than coming in from the other way. At least to engage the contraption. Ooh. Started that spin. If it started chewing me up, I was dead. I think the way to keep them kind of stuck in no man's land, to keep them indecisive, is to actually, because we're fighting them with the spear, they seem to kind of like stand around. If you're right up on them, they're gonna spin into you. But if you're not, like if you're too far away or you're too close, they're gonna spin into you. I think when we're in this sweet spot, they're just kind of stuck in decision mode. Yeah, see, I intentionally kept moving back after each swing. They just never did anything else from that point. So that might be kind of effective. Saw that wheel leaning up against a wall. All right. See this. That's well illuminated when we approach the way we do. People get stuck here a lot, but the way we approached this actually worked out in our favor. The only question I have is, now will I realize about the illusory walls if the skelly wheels aren't bumping into them and revealing it? Oh, you know what? Well, this is not a place where you want to not have your shield on. But I was thinking we could use our skull thing. See, like this is an obvious illusory wall. Because it looks like an opening because it's blacked out. So when you approach it, you expect it's like a hallway, but then you've got this thing here. So you would totally swing at that, because look at the rest of the walls. This is one of those examples where it's just, it makes sense to swing at this. Now we see a bone wheel. Let's see if there's anything else. Can't really see anything down there. Oh, we see a bone wheel. Wow. It was not spinning at first. That was surprising. Fuck! I couldn't get off of it. I was trying to get it spinning and sidestep it like I've been doing every time out in the open. But in that tight corridor, it just won't let you sidestep. Yeah, we got punished there. Bad. All right. So now we unfortunately have to go the methodical killing these dudes. But it's okay. Wait, what? That was an amazing U-turn, by the way. If I could trust that these guys wouldn't aggro me, I would hug the left wall. But I don't believe that for a fucking second. I think the spear keeps me safer instead of using the Astora straight sword. Just because of the distance. But when we get to our last bone wheel over there, I'm going to try it and see the damage difference, see if it's worth it. They're watching. Which one wants it first? Okay. Two hand, we can save 2 swings. But we surrender our shield. I wonder why it took 3 swings last time and 4 this time. I think it was because it was jumping backwards and it takes more damage when it's jumping. Alright, so we'll use a strong attack to open. We're not going to swap to the straight sword because we'll be in this corridor and that could be a problem. Let's go the way we know. You coming? This motherfucker. All right, that's good. Nice. Boom wheel. Ooh. You nasty boy. What are you doing standing there? That would be weird. I don't think I ever discovered this guy as a noob. But Pyro Surge. Let's read it. Fire Surge, I think. Sorry. Pyromancy foreign to the Great Swamp. Create a surge of flame from palm of hand. Not all pyromancy originates in the Great Swamp. One hears rumors of unknown pyromancers inhabiting various lands, and this spell is all the work of one such outlander. I added a word there. All. I don't know why. Creative license. Sue me. That's not an illusory wall. This is... The moment you break down the illusory wall, if a fucking skelly's just spinning right into you, that would be awful. Oh, hello. What about this side? Okay, good. No! That's bad. Oh, thank God. That would have been super bad. Let's top off. The annex key. All right. Oops. Opens annex in the painted world. Key to the annex in the painted world of Ariamis. In the wintry painted world, there is a structure resembling an old cathedral. Its annex serves as a type of storehouse. So, if you pay attention to, like, what's going on in the game, right? You're in this winter, snowy place. When you get to the boss here, obviously, they leave footfalls in the snow. They're kind of like a frosty, invisible thing. The game is giving you, like, there's a pyromancer invader here. You're picking up pyromancies. There's lots of fire-type enemies here. It's giving you context clues, like that is your most effective method against the boss. So if you pick up on stuff like that, you're going to be well equipped for the fight. But otherwise, you could have a bad time. All right, we know where we're at. So now we go straight ahead and see what's down here. Bone wheel shield. That's a pretty rare drop. It's cool when you get it. Let's take a look at it. It's certainly an interesting item. It's more of a weapon than a shield, as you would guess. Giant wooden wheel encircled by spikes, half melded to a strange skeleton. Can be used as a great shield only for the great gaps. Interesting. Basically, they're saying it could be used as a great shield, but you could stab right through it realistically, so that'd be stupid as hell. But at least the spikes turn into weapons with a good spin. Strange indeed. This is definitely a meme item. It's one of those like fun PvP things that you control people with. But yeah, it's not good, that's for sure. Or maybe it's good in the right hands, and I am not the right hands. We are splashing around as loud as can be. All right, a different ladder. We know where this is, but my guy doesn't. And we're about to realize, once we step out, and we see the phalanx. It's all coming together. All right, so at this point, we know where we're at. And we know that if we were to die, nothing would essentially change. So let's go ahead and spend our souls. Because the area that we just cleared out, we're not coming back to. So respawning those bone wheels and everything is not a problem. Let's jump off. Let's trash some of this shit. So we'll keep the crest shields. And anything else that we don't need. We only need one skull lantern. Okay. I'm going to keep one light crossbow. We're going to start to utilize that potentially. We need a ranged option. Okay. Get that out of there. Dump all this junk. I love the original greatsword because it's basically like guts from Berserk. It's not as big, but it's what it looks like, kind of. It's the closest thing in this one. All right, level up, baby. We've got our 24 strength. Now let's see, what do we want to start focusing on? Let's get another attunement slot if we can. Also, reinforced weapon. Yeah, let's do our light crossbow with just our regular shards here, since we're going to use this thing. Very nice. And we're about to test out the Grave Lord sword. So let's put that on. Ooh, that's a slow attack. We don't like that. R1, very slow. I can see this is probably not going to be a weapon we want to use. It looks cool, but it is so fucking slow. What about one-hander? Yeah, same thing, just very slow. Backhanded one-handed jumping attack. Interesting, same animation, just two. Okay. Big damage, super slow. Oh my god. All right, so it's an option when we need a big banger. But yeah, not right now. Not at this moment. No, sir. Do we have bolts? Yes, we do. So the light crossbow seems to weigh about the same as our Iaito. So interesting. You stopped moving. What a dick. All right. Now we can go to the... Actually, there's still stuff that we didn't explore up here. Unfortunately, because we died while we were in human form and we weren't over by King Xanthos' invasion spot, we won't know that that exists. And so we won't think to do that again. So we're pretty much only in human form to take advantage of kindling, right? Damn archer. You bastard. Alright, so let's get that fallen loot. Oh! Oh, nice. Humanity. Let's head over here. This place is so crazy. The whispers. I love this area. Oh yeah, give me that. Pyromancy acid surge. Again, they keep giving us pyro stuff. Fire is constantly happening in this place. I wonder what they're what you're supposed to think with these sounds going on here. They obviously want you to feel a way. It's supposed to invoke something. What would I be thinking hearing this? I don't know. These cells, these cages are quite interesting too. I guess I'm just supposed to think that these sounds are all the souls of these tormented undead. I can't really imagine what else it could be. I always expect that snow to just crumble and me fall off the edge there. Alright, so let's read the Acid Surge Pyromancy now that we got that. Pyromancy 4 into the Great Swamp. Emit acid which corrodes weapons and armor. That's some shit. Not all pyromancy originates in the Great Swamp. One hears rumors of unknown pyromancers inhabiting various lands, and this spell is the work of one such outlander. That's kind of lame that they use that same flavor text. Spice it up a little bit. Give me something new there. They don't do that often though, so I'm not going to bitch. Let's see. This was locked. We grabbed a key. We read the key. It seems to be the right place, and it is. Alright, we don't know what's up here, so let's shield out. Remember, we interacted with that contraption where the bone wheels were, and it spun that statue and opened up something, so we know we've got other stuff going on. This dude just keeps walking. He's jogging. So this is something that I didn't notice the first time, but we did see it from above. So we're gonna play through this. We're gonna break that in a second. But I think if we hadn't noticed from above, I would not say that this is necessarily super obvious. Now, if you see it from here through this opening, yes. But I wasn't that inquisitive the first time I played. I was more concerned about staying alive and less concerned about this type of thing. But once I cleared out the enemies, I was a little bit more aware of loots and stuff, and I just didn't see this somehow. This one evaded me. Velka's rapier. We'll try to read that. Okay. Some burbs are pissed. What have we done, burbs? Ooh, every time we see that type of dude, he's holding an ember. So that's good. Or, is it called an ember? I think so. This might be a good opportunity to use our crossbow once we kill this guy. Let's put it to the test. Okay, well now this guy's moving, so we don't need to. Ah, shit. What was that sound? Burps! Uh-oh. More burps. Run away! Let's see if we can get them to come through this doorway. That'd be good, actually. Because I don't think they'll be able to jump on me from there. Whoa! You motherfucker! That's bad news. God damn it. Oh! Don't jump on me. Nice. Alright, there's one more down there. We don't want to leave it and forget about it because these fuckers have a good way of finding you. Oh my god. Just for the cheeks. Whoops. Give me that. Dark Ember. I think this is self-explanatory, but we're going to look at it. This looks like it should be in a illusory wall. Little doorway. What up, Non? Hello, Ned Flanders. Hi, diddly ho, neighbor. All right, let's see. Ember. That's right. Ember for blacksmith weapon ascension. The church long hid the forbidden black ember, and no living blacksmith knows of it. Ascend a +5 divine weapon to occult weapon. Occult weapon can be reinforced +5. Occult weapons were used to hunt the gods and are effective against their followers and kin. Great explanation of what occult is. Now you have a good understanding. It is used against god bosses or their followers. So anybody that fits that mold. So yeah, it's a boss weapon. It's you want to have an occult weapon to use against the bosses. Pretty cool. Not all bosses, of course, but self-explanatory there. Dude, I don't know why that tree looked like some fucking giant enemy at first. Like, you see that? Look in the bottom right. Doesn't that center area of the tree that you can see look like a face or something? And it's like this fuzzy, snowy hood giant that's about to just cause havoc. Yeah. My mind immediately was like, fuck! Huh. This section right here always kind of perplexed me. And it's a kill fall, I think. You can't survive it. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. But I think they can fall into that. Yeah, boy! They fucking died. Hell yeah. Take that. Oh, I was about to say we got a soft... soft humanity? But no. I think that was an extra... Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. Let's get down here where we have some space. Ooh. Oh, come on. Don't do that. We finally get to a spot where it makes sense to do combat and you run away. You fucker. I guess we're fighting here. If it grabbed me through that wall, I was about to rage. All right. Also, we saw something, I think, from here. What did we see? No. Okay. Wait. Nope. Now we can explore this. Let's take a peek. sure nobody... Oh, you see that guy floating. There's obviously like an object it's sitting on, but it's clipped out. Okay. Yep, there's that. So now we can see from above that that jump wouldn't work. But we can see above it there's a drop down potentially. If we can get to that. Yes. Yes. Oh, never mind. It's just this easy. Ha! Whoops. And here's how we get to this. Soul of a brave warrior. Who's making all that racket? Do I care to go through this? Or should I homeward bone? I'm trying to think. Is it worth dealing with all these little scrubby enemies? We kind of locked ourselves there. We just go through the annex. And then what will we be doing? We actually completed the annex. So all we be carrying up... Yeah, we should homeward. Yeah. And I took that spell off because we have so many bones to use. Bones. Okay. Okay. And now we got an attunement slot to use. My character's legs are going crazy. Happy feet. So I could put homeward there. I think... Yeah, I think we'll just use... We'll put Gravelord Sword Dance there just in case. This is actually one of the only places I was really thinking about using that. My character, if they wanted to do a farm against these phalanx, they could run up there and essentially do this. You basically run immediately up to the phalanx and do this bad boy. But, so the equivalent to that is the pyromancy with the Tempest, Fire Tempest spell, but that is because you can improve a pyromancy flame to +10 and not have to have any stats allocated to it and just do monster damage. This isn't the same one. It's not that easy. So, your damage scales off of your wisdom or your faith and stuff like that. So it's not a comparison. It's definitely not as easy. But if you're already playing a cleric, then, you know, you can make it happen. But every single person can do the pyromancy flame. That's why the pyromancy flame is the most OP thing in this entire game. It just is. All right. We're going in. What ring? Okay, I've got the parry ring on for sure. Give me that broken straight sword. I need it. All right, we've explored everything that we can, I think. We just need to run straight forward and use that opening. Well, we can go up the circular stairs here and see what's going on. I think we're going to have some birds to deal with. Oh yeah, and we've got that upstairs area with that dragon thing. So we can work on that. Any burbs chasing me? This place would be so much more enjoyable if the birds didn't respawn. That'd be great. They're not like awful enemies, but they're annoying. If I had like a flame weapon, I think I would stagger them even more. Like more reliably. I think it's gonna swing over me with its wing if I'm on the lower stairs too. So the stairs are actually a good place to fight them. Alright. We're gonna have... Okay, there's another burb. These stairs, maybe not so great to fight them. But the stairs over here, I like. Come on out. Okay. I know that the item we're working our way towards is pointless for this guy, but we don't know that. If you guys are unfamiliar with the reward at the top here, it should be the red sign soapstone. Hello, burbs. Plunge attack, but whole. Alright, someone stand all the way down there, and I'm going to do a plunging attack on you. It's worth it, trust me. This is good. You get to see some items, some shinies. God damn. What a nightmare platform to be on. That would be terrifying. I'd feel so uncomfortable. Alright. Give me that. Man, we have picked up so many soul items that we have not consumed. We've got a lot in the bank. Okay. Let's see what we got with this guy. Okay. Just collapsing in front of me. I think I would watch this from a great distance. Oof. That screen shake. Ooh. I don't remember it chasing me all the way down the stairs there. All right, so we know we can see it at angles. So this is obviously like the tactic immediately. It's definitely an obvious method to victory here. Bonk. Slime. Oh shit. Are you fucking kidding me with that? I thought for sure I could hit its neck right there, but I guess I need to go for the guaranteed hits. So if my Yaito was more upgraded, I'd be using it for bleed here. This slime reminds me of like industrial soap that you would see at a school. The pink soap. Oh. Got a little greedy. Oh man, I almost suffered the greed death. The classic greed death. It was so tempting. God, it was so tempting. One more swing. Please. See, I was one swing away and I probably would have got one shot slapped to death. Give me that. Dragon scale. Blood shield. I like that. JD, you beat DS2. Scholars of the First Sin and went back to Dark Souls 1 and having a hard time. Totally. Oh, very different game. But hopefully you still like it. You know, Dark Souls 2 has so much great replayability. Part of it is don't sell yourself short. If you've played through Dark Souls 2, go on to New Game Plus. New Game Plus changes pretty significantly in Dark Souls 2 in much more ways than it does in normal Dark Souls and Dark Souls 3. So that was something that they did very well. So definitely consider that. If you've got, even if you haven't beaten Dark Souls 2, go through, play it, beat it, and then play New Game Plus. And then enjoy yourself. Doesn't need to be as good as Dark Souls. It's still a good game. Huh. Okay, let's just go straight. I love that there's an ice cream truckinator here, I think, if I remember correctly. People that don't know any better are like, what the fuck is an ice cream truckinator? Scoop. All right, it's time to show the amazing bending arrows. If you guys have never seen this, watch the arrow trajectory. all Dark Souls archers. It's fucking amazing. I guess they decided because the arrows are so slow that they would do that. So that's an ice cream truckinator. It doesn't even make the parry sound. I love it. Oh shit. It still landed, but not the good timing that one was. No. Give me that. So if we were fighting this boss blind as a noob, we would get shit on for sure. We wouldn't know to try to start the fight trying to like chomp the tail off. If we were, we would be starting with our most heavy dealing damage weapon, and bonking her while she's peaceful. We're not going to get the tail weapon. That's just not going to happen. Milady. Shall we be friends?
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
Okay. I listen. She gave me a chance. I'll take it. You have a choice. So if you're ever struggling with this boss and you got stuck here, once you open the boss arena, just run by her. Do this. Bye-bye. And you can always come back to the painted world if you so desire. Pretty cool, huh? Rage! He didn't fight Priscilla! Motherfucker! Come on, come on. Aw, you bastard. These motherfuckers in their heels. I would never do that. 'Tis not an honorable deed. Damn. Funked it up. Actually, nobody's facing me. I can just walk up and grab this shit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't. I didn't need that shit. God damn it. All right. Baseball swing spear attack. Oh, I think we got a soft humanity. I was telling you guys this would be a good space for soft humanity, I think. Makes sense. Yep. Because we didn't get it through fighting the boss, because that didn't happen. Yeah, so if you're really aggressive with these guys, you can see how much like stagger effect you can land on them. And it usually will prevent them from making their second dodge, which is plenty enough for you to get the kill. I mean, obviously it depends on how much damage you're dealing with your weapon, but nice. All right. We're back to Orlando. I wonder how many noobs first time they say, I'll leave Priscilla. So, we can go even further lower and see where this takes us. It'd be cool if, like, at the bottom of the stairs, it just drops off into this giant monster's fucking mouth and just crushes you. Ow. Bonfire. Bonfire and loots. Very nice. Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. What do you have here? Boost miracles. Ooh, we like seeing that. Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who inherited the sunlight, once wore this ancient ring. Boosts the strength of miracles. Lord Gwyn's firstborn was a god of war, but his foolishness led to a loss of the annals. In rescinding of his deific, it's got to be deific, like deity, deific status. Today, even his name is not known. I don't think I've ever seen the word deific. Quite interesting. Okay, so this bonfire is at +5 right now. We're not in human form. So we need 4 humanities. Nice. Kindle it up. The Mask of the Child. Some good looking curly hair, buddy. All right. I think we're okay with 3 attunement slots for the time being. I think we'll start pushing into faith a little bit. This is a good stopping point. So I greatly appreciate you guys checking out the stream tonight. It's been a good time. Thanks to Doug for the many tips. That was very generous. Thank you, sir. For those of you watching on replay, check us out live if you get a chance. Come say hello. I really enjoy getting to talk to you all. If you're not on our Discord yet, make sure you join that. Type in !Discord in the chat. Or if you're watching on replay, go to discord.gg/baldandbearded. We've got our own server. We do game giveaways for YouTube members. And yeah, it's just a good place to hang out and stay informed about the ongoings of the channel. And it's a good place to drop questions. You know, if you've got if you're stuck in Dark Souls or something else and you want feedback, it's easiest for me to answer that kind of stuff there if it's not on a YouTube video. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I will be live Thursday, which is technically today for me. So later today, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, we'll see you guys later. Peace. Good night.